what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt, never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm, I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt, never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm, I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you, I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you, I knew this. When I'm with you, I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? And 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 will you get bored of killing me? But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me?
what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? And 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 will you get bored of killing me?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
All right, what is going on? Welcome back to the channel. And as you guys can see, we are going to be doing a good old-fashioned tier list, and hopefully with you guys' help and input on who are the best characters to be unlocking this second custom gear slot for. And we have it broken down in a few categories here. Hopefully, and I mean, the file says I have 293. So I know there are probably a few duplicates here at least. I was doing my best to avoid that, but as you can see, we got 293 files here to curate and go through. So, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get to it, but we're gonna run some dailies too at the same time. We'll get into the categories. We got two, matter of fact, the, just can't. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we got two AOGs. We got useful, which are uh, two AOGs. Those are like the best of the best. Most of those are going to be characters that are very useful in PvP and PvE. Um, useful is going to be something more akin to if you can do the second CTP slot but double up on the PvP side of things, like say if you want a character that's going to be able to perform in World Boss and perform in GBR very, very well. Um, or ABX and GBR and World Boss, right? Well, as we know, the Rage is what's top dog in things like Alliance Battle Stream, Alliance Battle Legend, and then or Alliance Battle Extreme and Alliance Battle Legend, all of those game modes. And then you got the other side of that where you're gonna see other CTPs dominating in World Boss, GBR, things of this nature. So maybe some players might decide to use it in that capacity. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started on the dailies, and then we'll jump into the tier list. And let's get the hmm. Here we go. So yeah, off the rip, this is one of these guys, at least. And then there are a few other options for that useful and niche. Niche are gonna be more so characters that you can use a support CTP, but then also um, they also have DPS capabilities. And actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna go back and rename those that. That way it's a little more clear. And then as far as dual use PvP, I really don't think there are gonna be a lot of instances where, say, hey, what's going on, Bubba? What's going on, DJ? I don't think there are gonna be a lot of instances where, say, you're gonna want to run like a greed and a competition on the same character. You know what I mean? I don't think those instances are gonna crop up all that often. And we did get a bunch of stuff out of the way already. We'll wait to do that. You know what? Let's go ahead and open a rift. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, let's go ahead and open a rift, and we can get some rift farming out of the way while we work on this tier list. So let's go ahead and jump on in. There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's a lot better. Actually, I didn't mind that. All right. Cool. So let's go ahead and jump into this, shall we? Um, all right. Long ass fucking name. But we'll go ahead and jump right into it. A-Bomb is a hell no, along with these two guys. I'll try to keep this short, and I probably should actually just skip altogether. Certain characters that we know aren't like, that's what that is. So we'll go with this rule. Wow, and I can't. Okay. So I'll try to limit this thing to tier 4s only. That way we can blow through this thing, because you really, tier 4s and possibly, yeah, tier 4s only. Yeah, that would make the most sense. All right. So, oh wow. Got inventory shenanigans, huh? Guess I should have checked that first. Okay, we'll get this crunch down right quick, and then we'll
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate.
we'll get this crunch down, and then we'll switch back. All right. That's what's eating up all my inventory right there. All right. Get back in there so we can get our rewards. And let's get back into this tier list, shall we? So, tier 4s only. So, obviously, you know what? I'm kind of struggling with this one with my guy Adam Warlock because I don't know, he really doesn't have the DPS for PvE. Like, there are better options. But he's not completely useless, I would say. You could probably go Conquest. He's been good with an energy for a long time. But for PvE, not necessarily PvP. Or for PvP, not necessarily PvE. He's been good with an energy, which is kind of odd, but he has guard break immunity built into his kit, so it does help him in that regard, but he's not necessarily proc friendly. Although that doesn't matter for burst damage in PvP as much, because you're just looking to hit him with that one skill and do as much burst damage in a short amount of time as possible anyway. So we'll stick him in niche for now. My guy Agent Venom would be a no for that. America Chavez. I would have to say no for her and Angel and Ancient One as well. Now, my guy Apocalypse used to be very meta for ABX, ABL. Those days have long since passed, so I'm definitely going to have to stick him in the no category. My guy Ares. It's good for PvP or PvE. He does have a lot of burst damage for World Boss. And is meta for that day of ABX, ABL. You could probably stick him here. You could probably fit him with... He's probably only going to be useful for one CTP, though, is the thing. Like, he doesn't have any elemental damage that he can rely on for things like GBR, World Boss, and he doesn't necessarily have anything that he can rely on. Like, all of his damage is either going to be from either a rage or a competition. I don't think he's very proc friendly either, so there is that. I could be wrong about that, in which case you could take advantage of a destruction or a rage, but then, you know, that's kind of like, eh. And actually, we said we were going to say, well, you know what? We'll rename this one to Useful. And we'll stick Adam back down there. And then we'll rename this one to DPS / support. I think that's better. That gives a little more distinction among the classes. He doesn't really put out the amount of DPS. in comparison to say somebody like Cyclops, who I would fit in there very, very nicely. Black Cat doesn't have tier 4. Yeah, because he does have that lead that you can take advantage of. But then you could also fit him with something like an Insight, although he would be far, far down the list. Carnage, I would also fit in that useful category, more so than Adam, because he can take advantage of the greed, but then he can also take advantage of things like an energy or a rage in PvE game modes, and then the energy also is useful for him in similar in the way of Adam Warlock in PvP. So there is that. My guy Deadpool, I would have to stack him in here because of the duality of the uniforms does give him that sort of distinction, although not as high as someone like Thanos, although I think he's better than Thanos in PvP, but he's better in PvE. Or vice versa. Thanos is better in PvE, and then Deadpool's better in PvP. Let's see here. Who else we got? Oh, that's a double up right there that shouldn't have happened. Captain Marvel, you do need the zombies uniform for her. She does have burst DPS that's useful in PvP, in PvE, but then she does also carry a little bit of PvP potential with the zombie tag, so we do kind of have to acknowledge that. Doc Strange is going to be a no. There's another double up for him. Doc Voodoo, on the other hand, is gonna really outclass the likes of Bishop in the DPS support sort of category. You can fit him with something like an Insight or a Liberation, similar to Cyclops, or you can fit him with something like a Rage as well and get a little bit of DPS out of him. Crystal is going to be a hard pass. Who else? Deadpool. Bullseye is also more than likely a pass, along with my girl Blue Dragon. Black Widow. She's kind of an interesting pick for this. I'm kind of leaning towards no, although I know you can get a little bit of use out of her. Yeah, I gotta give that one some thought. This guy here is kind of fun to play around with. I'm kind of wanting to put him up here because he does have decent PvE DPS, and then he also has a lot of value in PvP as well. We'll slot him there for now. Cap is going to be a hard pass as well, although I'd probably have to stick him more so toward the front of the list. Well, I don't know. I'm really not sure about her DPS. or his for that matter, in PvP game modes or PvE game modes. Cable is going to be a no, as well as Black Panther and Black Bolt. And my guy Ant-Man here, also going to be a pass for that. It's going to be a lot of passes in here. She's also a pass. Good old Crescent and Daredevil. Not really much use in PvP or PvE. And this is why I kind of wanted to throw tier 4s and supports on here, is for characters like Mantis that have a really good DPS. You know, and characters like Red Goblin also. Is kind of why I wanted to include supports in this. But we'll stick it out with the tier 4s. He's going to be a pass as well. Because the supports, you get really in the weeds. Like, this guy here is considered a support, right? Yeah, my guy's definitely going to be a support. You don't want to do anything else with him. This guy here is probably going to be one of the number one, if not the number one, cat to unlock that second slot for in Ghost Rider. Gambit is gonna be at the back of the list, as well as my guy Gladiator here. Although with that auto heal, he may have a little more PvP potential, but still only the one life. But more tanky than a lot of the other characters on this list. Jeff, surprisingly, has been showing some potential in both game modes, so I at least want to put him in somewhere in here in useful. Although it could be more niche. Invisible Woman is gonna be another one of those that's like really high up there, kind of sleeper pick. Really good potential for PvP with the Fantastic Four team up, especially if you have Franklin Richards. And then also you can get some use out of her you can get a little bit of use out of her for ABX, ABL days, for the female blast and human style content. So she does have a little bit of use there. Who else? You know, my guy Incredible Hulk, slept on, quiet as is kept. Definitely not more useful than Adam in that regard. Probably not really good for PvP as it stands today, but considering the makeup of his kit and the popularity of the character, that does kind of have to bear a little bit of weight that he could get something soon. And yeah, so we do have to kind of weigh that into the equation a little bit. Luna Snow, as it stands, is probably going to be a no. She's always been a hog for PvE styled stuff. I will say this though, similar to Rogue, you can get some use out of her with that dual PvE setup, because she can take advantage of the judgment to make her stronger in World Boss and GBR, and then also take advantage of the rage or the conquest competition to make her stronger in game modes like ABX, ABL. So I do have to kind of weight that. I do have to kind of weight that. Another really, really good pick is going to be Madeline Pryor for that. Second CTP slot, because you can get some ABX, ABL stuff done with her, and she is phenomenal in PvP. So there is that. Hailstorm is going to be another hard pass. Emma, I did a little bit of testing with her in PvP before I put a CTP on her. So yeah, I'm gonna say she's a hard pass. Not even useful to like put a judgment or something like that on her, even though she does have the elemental tagging to be able to do that. This guy here, you know, you can get that sort of dual use out of him with a rage, and then backdoing it with a judgment, similar to Luna. So I would have to put him in useful for that. Let's see, I just saw this guy having a fish through for the tier 4's Kang. First native tier 3. Where do we put him? Where do we put him? I'm gonna say he has the DPS, but doesn't quite sell in PvP or in PvE like that, and the inconsistency in PvP would probably drop him down a peg, even though he carries the tier 3 native tag. That one might be a little bit controversial, but y'all let me know. This guy here, he just functions best with a rage or a comp, so we're gonna stick him right there as well. The uniform is definitely enough for him. She is a PvP merchant only, so we'll stick her down there at the bottom as well. Who else? Did they cheer for her? Gotta look and see. Oh, okay, there's another duplicate. In Sharon, she's definitely not gonna be useful. Got my guy Mephisto here, probably gonna be one of the more useful characters to build two-way along with most of the other tier 3 natives. I know that Kang ranking is gonna create a bunch of shit, so, and we'll go back and we'll fix Mephisto's ranking. There's Storm works with a lot of CTPs, honestly. If you can tighten up her rotation can make her proc friendly. If you can, because there is a slight delay on her 3, and there's a ever so slight delay on her 5, and you can cancel out of her 4 into the tier 3. So if you can tighten up that rotation enough, you can get her to be proc friendly. So that means energy and destruction can also work on her, as well as a competition or a rage or a judgment. So you got a lot of different options here for her, but I really wouldn't put her in two-way OG because you know, and maybe you can throw her in here with the supports because she does have the support ability as well, and she probably has the best DPS amongst the group. So even when the DPS falls off, you can flip it, right? But she's at the top of her game right now, so we do. I started not to even give her that ranking because, you know, everybody knows Storm is my favorite, one of my favorite characters, her and Nightcrawler. So, hence the hashtag justice for Nightcrawler that is gonna remain until my guy gets some justice. You know, her DPS has fallen off so much that using her with any CTP at this point, I think is kind of just overkill. My guy Noel, he's probably gonna come in at the top of the list with Mephisto and those guys. So let's put him up there as well. Let's see, my guy. Oh, we got another duplicate in Strife there. So now I know where the duplicates are coming in at. Like, she does have some PvP usefulness, but it's so niche. We would definitely have to throw her at the back of useful. You know, hopefully Spidey gets something in the future. We don't really know about this guy just yet, so we're gonna have to throw him back here with Luna. Although Luna does have a little more use. This guy's similar to Storm. You can use a judgment on him. You can use a rage on him. Although I don't think the DPS falls off as much with this guy. But I would say slapping a judgment on him would probably be enough. Same with my guy Odin. Even though the DPS is juicy, I don't think there is enough there to warrant doubling up in that way. Definitely got to throw Mystique in there with the DPS supports. She can still get some stuff done in ABX ABL for you, and then you can flip her to an Insight or a Judgment and get some use out of her that way. Gamora. She does have the speed leadership, so you can use her in that way as a DPS lead / support. And the DPS is juicy. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Am I missing any tier 4s? Sentry, where is Sentry? Oh, my guy Thanos. Definitely gotta throw my guy Thanos up here. Probably gonna come in somewhere Yeah, somewhere right up in there. Because he's got that dual uniform usage thing. And you can get some niche use out of him in certain days of TBA or other world battle or some shit like that. Spidey, I'm gonna have to say is a hard no. The DPS just is not there. So we do have to kind of acknowledge that. Same with Shalabal here. Let's see, they did give Destroyer and Stark Sentinel tier 4. If anything, Sentinel would just be useful for climbing high stages of Gene in PvE, and then, you know, it's gonna fall off after that, so I can't even put him in useful just for that one world boss. I don't think it's gonna be enough to really justify it. Strife in the newest latest uniform. The DPS is there in PvE and in PvP. So yeah, I'd probably slot him in there just ahead of Hulk. Because you can get some use out of him in PvE game modes, and then Gene, of course, will definitely have to round off useful. Definitely not as useful as somebody like Adam these days, but one-time PvP goddess and still does a decent amount of damage in PvE. So we definitely got to give her the nod for that. Silver Samurai. Trying to think. If they dropped him with a tier 4, I still don't think the DPS is there. Neither in PvE or in PvP. Scarlet Spider. That's another duplicate. It's gonna be a no. Scarlet Witch also is gonna be a no. Oh, she has mind damage though. You know though, she's one of the few characters that, well, I haven't tested her since I've tier 4'd her. So let me just go ahead and give it a respect. Putting her somewhere, yeah, feel like that's fair. And then you can kind of two-way with her. Wolverine. Definitely gotta put guy up here. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty fair to him. This guy is probably gonna be a no because you can get away with the same CTP with him, even though he does have the dual typing on the uniforms there. That was a purposeful duplicate. My guy Sentry is probably gonna be a no because you can get away with using one CT. on that guy, and he's never really been two-way like that. And now you'll get the arguments that, yeah, he can work with competition, he can work with a greed. So you want to have that situational PvP use with him. And in that case, I could probably put him here, but you know, I really don't feel like that does a lot of justice to a lot of the other characters on this list. Like, you should really either fit him with a competition or a greed and call it a day with this guy. So what game is this? This is Marvel Future Fight. Marvel Future Fight, MFF. But yeah, we'll get back to the tier list in a minute. Let's go ahead and jump back into the game. Get the world battle going since it's reset for the week, and we can chop it up. And y'all let me know if y'all think some positions or things like that on the tier list need to change. There we go. But yeah, if y'all feel like it's something on here I need to switch up, change, and in terms of positioning, I do feel like Doc Doom is probably more valuable than Sue and Thanos. In that regard, because he doesn't need he doesn't need an artifact. He doesn't need any of that sort of stuff. He doesn't need a character with an artifact on the team, like all of this sort of stuff. So I feel like that might push his value a lot. So Star-Lord is definitely gonna be a no. in there. We're not worried about really ordering any of these guys on the bottom that you should be passing on. Echo, I kind of feel like it's gonna be a pass as well. About to have my tier 4 mats. Let's see here. I wasn't paying attention to the matchup. Wow. What the? I'm not able to get off against this guy. Be able to at least kill one life. Wow. That's fun. Keep getting skill locked. Wow. Hmm. There we go. So that'll do the 3 fights. Right? Hmm. Let you trigger yourself though. Range. Wow. Heal up wasn't enough. I should have actually waited for an attack and pulled him out of his iframe. That's where I messed up. Hmm. Wow. Let's get some hold down. Snuck in behind that Sphinx. I'll get the 7 off. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Getting the tier 4 to activate, like, sometimes can be a little cattywampus. Like you'll push it and won't activate. Usually you have to do it in behind the iframe ignore skill. Should have switched for a more favorable matchup. I'm on the res, cool. Nice. Yeah, at least trigger that guy. Wow. I could not get him off the second skill. Yeah, that's a lot of L's, but it's cool. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so back to the tier list. All right, let's pop this thing on repeat, and we'll get to chopping it up about it. So, any suggestions, fellas? I gotta throw my guy Hawkeye up there. Gotta throw my guy Falcon up there as well. The don't worry about it. I got Beast as well is gonna go in there. We still got Widow there. Because I have not quite decided where she should go in this. And then we may expand this thing to the supports. Because there are a few niche supports that I really... Loki is going to be a no as well. Can't believe I missed him, and that's in either uniform. He's going to be a no. I know he has that juice sort of stuff going on. Juggernaut also going to be a no. My guy Kingpin is also going to be a no. Magneto as well. Yeah, this guy as well. You shouldn't be throwing anything on him except an insight for the machine team. Didn't they give MODOK a tier 4 at some point? We'll just throw him up here just in case. Because I do believe they gave that guy that thing. Yeah, I don't see a Black Panther up here either. So I'm gonna have to go snatch his icon at some point as well. If I can get him on the nose. US Agent is also gonna be a no. X-23 is also gonna be a no. The Wolverine's extra uni up here. Some people still do that whole thing. So I do want to lend some credence to that as well for those players who still do that. If you know, you know. X-23 is going to be a no. Well, shit. Actually, she's going to be a useful, because actually she may kind of be up here because she does offer that zombie support for the team. Where is Zombie Cap? Like, that's kind of a necessary combo sort of thing if you want to do those that way. Actually, he's gonna be a no. She's gonna be a yeah. And the other Cap, if I can put you guys together. And we sort of have to do all of the Fantastic Four as well. So where is Human Torch? Lady, call him Fetch. Swore I got an icon for him. Or did I already get him? Also is gonna be a well. You could argue that Judgment Rage sort of set up for him as well. I suppose you could make that argument for Apocalypse also. I got Zeus. Zeus has already been replaced. So I mean, you could argue the Rage Judgment thing for him as well, but he has already been replaced. I would think Luna would probably have way more value. She's got PvP value. He's got PvP value. So they're gonna come in down there. Actually, now that I think about it, I have seen some decent stuff with Kang and a Rage. What else? Down here, Shang-Chi is gonna be a no as well. Okay. See, Tony is gonna be a no. Rescue is gonna be a no. Hades is gonna be a no. Perk is gonna be a hell no. Shouldn't even be equipping CTP to that guy. There's my guy Johnny. Rage, yeah. Energy, a maybe. Definitely best CTP is a Judgment. Probably get away with a comp on him as well. So I would say, you know, like this useful category, let me make this perfectly clear. This is Megalodon territory. Actually, most of this list, if not all of it, is. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. But for anybody that is considering, I think this is probably how it's going to shake out. I thought I threw Iron Man up there. Gwenpool is going to be a no as well. Still can't believe where I want to put Black Widow. She does have some PvP use, some PvE use as well. Feel like slotting her in there is not disrespectful. Let me see. Namor. You know what? I'm gonna make that same argument for him as well. That whole Rage Judgment thing. Nick Fury is gonna be a no, unfortunately, even though he does have the support. and the tier 4, the value pretty much stops there. No DPS really to speak of. I want to say a tier 4 my guy Silver Samurai, and as such, I'm gonna have to throw him up there as well. Yeah, they did give him a tier 4 off. So I want to say they gave my guy a tier 4 a while back. Also, and if so, he's gonna be a pass. Good old Mr. Sinister. Taskmaster. You know, Taskmaster probably has some consideration up in here somewhere because of the support slash DPS. Maybe I'm going a little bit high with him. I want to say they gave Polaris a tier 4, but the DPS just is not there to cover it. I want to say they also gave Dazzler a tier 4, but similarly, the DPS just is not there. Who else? The Warriors of the Sky. I gotta get the rest of them out of the way. Blue Dragon, the DPS has long since fallen off to even consider the whole two-way thing. With her, my guy being Grim also recently got a tier 4, so we do have to throw him in this list for consideration. Ultron also has a tier 4, so he must be on this list as well. Yep. He has to go up there too. Let's give this list one more quick look over. Didn't he give Ghost a tier 4? Yep, I got Silver Surfer. He definitely needs to go up there. Never really been much in PvE. You could make, well, no, because he really doesn't have any support capacity. So it really wouldn't be much use to put an insight or a liberation on him. Yeah, so I don't know how that will really work, and he doesn't have any PvE value to speak of, so It's like, well, what do you do with them? Yep, she's tier 4, so she has to go up there as well as Punisher. Oh, got dropped off. Yeah, Kate Bishop. You know what? Kate Bishop does have some significant PvP value. Probably more so than Widow at this point. So I definitely have to give her a nod. And you can build her for PvE. So, yeah. I definitely have to give her a bit of a nod in that regard. Who else down here? Professor X is definitely a pass. DPS has long since fallen off. Really wasn't that great when he came out. So there is that. Yelena, the steak is now no longer worth the sizzle. Gone are the days of the one shot in PvP, where she could come out and do that whole thing. So yeah, that's how it's shaking out so far. I want to say I got all of the tier 4s on here, with the exception of maybe Black Panther. Yeah, didn't realize it was this many tier 4s in the game. I got Quicksilver. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not on the high end of the meta, but definitely has some usefulness. There goes good old Shadow Shell. And you could even make the argument for the Warriors of the Sky whole, the three of them that are actually good, that have access to tier 4. But yeah, that's kind of for two-way CTP action. Nah, I really can't. I really can't justify it. Give them the one single build, and that would pretty much be it. DPS isn't really there for them, and there's no game mode that really requires them specifically. So you do have other options. Yeah, I kind of want to say I got them all. Kitty Pryde, I know they gave her a tier 4. Every time I say I got them all, I look down and I go, there's another tier 4. There's another tier 4. Could you make the argument for Phyla Vale and Nova? With their newest latest uniforms in DPS. That's gonna be oh, that's the old Kamali. Uh and I really don't know if the argument can be made if the DPS is good enough for these two. Similar to how it is with somebody like a Cyclops or a. And I really want to fill this portion out more. But yeah, I just don't really see it in a lot of characters where you can say, yeah, you can build them for a support, or you can build them for a niche DPS sort of role. Maybe you could make that argument for somebody like Mr. Fantastic in that leadership. Or maybe even Ben Grimm if its PvP was a bit stronger. Yeah, he definitely needs to be higher, probably the king in that role. Yeah, considering the cost. Of these guys, Jeff's support is gonna give him a hell of a lot of value. Yeah, that's about the only change I would make there. Yeah, definitely way down the list with this guy. Support's probably gonna bring that up a bit. I don't know if he's as valuable at this point. Direct counter to Sue though. Yeah, I would really like to slide in about another 3 or 4 characters on this DPS slash support sort of category, but really just not seeing it. You know, you could maybe make the argument for this guy, maybe with that third skill counter, but he's really gonna have to get off. So I don't know. I don't know. If anybody was close to being to the top of this thing, like it would probably shake out something like that. Oh, I did have Black Panther. Okay. Yeah, it would probably shake out something like that, but you shouldn't be touching any of these guys under the no banner at all, because they probably more than likely only have one way to build them. You know, sure, we'll make that argument there. Just for funsies. We'll curate this one additional time or two, just to make sure we got all of the good old War Machine. Huh. Who knew you were lingering down there? I suppose he has DPS, and then for the machine team, he's that support role. So you could make the argument for him as well. I mean, but that is a huge stretch. Definitely better DPS than Hulkbuster. I did not dig Vision out of here either. The DPS just is not there for this guy or for that girl. Red Guardian, I also believe, got a tier 4 at some point. And also, just for funsies, because their DPS is so good at tier 3 or transcended, I gotta put these three guys up here as an honorable mention. Where is he? There he is. Yeah, I gotta put these three guys up here as an honorable mention. The DPS on them is just so good, but then you can also use them as supports. All three of them with insight. So yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. We're not gonna go into the weeds on the rest of the supports. Honestly, I don't think any of the other supports really carry that sort of DPS, not Ronin, or any of the rest of them. So quite unfortunate. Let me see. Let me see if they gave Sabretooth a tier 4. No, they haven't. Okay. And who else did I think they gave one to? Did give one to Red Guardian. Okay. Did they give one to Chasm? They did not. And did they give one to Angela? did not. Okay. I don't think they gave one to Red Hulk either. No, they gave him the new uniform. So that kind of sucks. Win Woo. Okay, that was weird. Also, no. Hella. No, she has a tier 4. And she is one of those that you can build 2 ways, honestly. There she is. Yeah, so she definitely probably, yeah, right there. I think would be a really, really good spot for her. They did give my guy tier 4. He does have the 3rd skill, counter attack. Like, it's so niche if that thing gets off. Dazzler, they did give her a tier 4 as well. Did we throw her up here in the mix? We did. And then Polaris. Pretty confident they gave her 1. There she. Yeah. And Kid Omega as well. So, yeah. Yeah. Some pretty, yeah, I feel like that kind of filled this portion of the list out a little bit more. Maybe a little bit less value. Yeah. Yeah, because he supports more people, but then the DPS is there as well, and you can possibly even get some PvP stuff done with this guy with the absorb on some niche AC teams maybe, or some shit like that. So yeah, that's kind of how the list is shaken out. So yeah. Some more Otherworld battles going. And we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. I'll bring that list back up so you guys can take a look. Curate it, all of that jazz, do what you need. What is going on? We are back. So yeah, let's slide on back over into the tier list. And yeah, man, y'all let me know if there's any changes that need to be made. There we go. Yeah. But I feel like, yeah, that might be actually, yeah, Kang might be a little bit further down that list. Honestly. He wouldn't be my first consideration. He definitely wouldn't be above Wolverine in this regard. I think personally. You could make the argument for Jeff to come up a slot, actually. Yeah, because he's proven to be really, really good both ways as well. Maybe even up here in the two-way OG category, but we'll leave him here for now. But definitely more than useful, and definitely a DPS or a support with DPS capability. So yeah, Cap I don't think is tanky enough to come up into that useful. You know, maybe you slap an insight on him in certain situations or a liberation, and then in others you slap a regen or something like that on him. I don't think he's quite there, but he is really, really good. Damn. I'm really trying to see if there are any characters down here. That I should consider pulling out, but y'all let me know. So just we'll leave the tier list down there standing. On this last one, and then we'll go do some Giant Boss raid and some ABX, and we'll dip back in as we see fit to the tier list, seeing what's what, how we can further curate it, this sort of thing. You know, I kind of want to throw Angel in there in that DPS slash support, because I kind of felt like he got shafted by the community when he came out, because his DPS is not horrible. It's just, it wasn't top tier when he came out. He was sort of middling, upper middling of the pack, and I think people kind of took slight to that. But he is proc friendly, and he does have that support capacity where you would want to use him with a with the insight or with a liberation. But I think if I bring him up here, yeah, I could make the same argument for Ancient One with the Reflect, although in this uniform and with the meta currently structured the way that it is, it's not as powerful as it used to be. So I can't really make that justification for him. Whereas with Angel, his value was more so in some niche PvP or PvE content, and then as a PvP support for debuff removal only. So, you know, he's kind of on that fringe of not really being enough, but close, similar with this guy. No, Cap, I gotta have Cap riding together at all times, so. Thor definitely deserves more respect. Kind of argue these two guys too. Yeah, everybody else is like, okay, whatever. Really more concerned with these top 3 categories placement wise. So, yeah. Let's pick up. Goofy, what's going on? What's happening? Welcome back to the channel. It's chain hit reduction. It's not chain hit increase. gonna see. Because I have a sneaking suspicion for Storm. Polaris lead is probably gonna be better than Fury. Oh, goodness gracious. Talk about let her rip. Yeah, she on that stupid sauce. Mm. Just blasting them down. Goodness gracious. She actually cracked him before he got off to that. But it's finna start to pick up because of 20. Can she catch him? Oh, she did. 21. Yeah, I don't think she couldn't catch it. Couldn't catch it. Wow. Can't break them? About time. Not gonna make it this time either. She was on him immediately. Yeah, the first skill is locked for some reason. Okay. Wait a minute. Was I supposed to be? Okay. They never hit me with the animation. Wow. We ain't gonna get the next one, but could have scored way, way higher. DPS is impressive. I don't know why it didn't record a score. So we'll go back to that in a minute. Yeah, I've really been liking this team. In GBR. Okay. Hey, this will be a nice head-to-head, though. Nick Fury versus Polaris. Since my guy over here has the Storm team, Gold who? Golden Yuki. We'll check his stats after this. Yeah, I don't think he's... I don't think he's close enough. Well, maybe. He's putting up a decent fight. Yeah. Yeah, he's about to catch it. We'll go check his stats. One deck, but it's a good one though. That all attack, the debuff duration isn't so good, so you must be in the middle of re-rolling hard. It's got the max HP, all defense at 33% each, 32% cooldown, more than enough ignore defense, 75% all attack, 50% physical, 22% energy, 16% pierce. So, yeah, he put up a hell of a fight. To only have 16% pierce. And then he wasn't even taking advantage of that, what is it, 70% physical attack with the 50% from the cards plus the 20% from the prop. It was just the all attack, so that was like 97% plus 20%, so that was like 110. Plenty of crit damage, plenty of crit rate, so no issues there. Some pretty decent swords. 22% all attack, 15% physical, 15% energy, 1600 instinct, and this is what he was up against. 25, 65, 40, 43 with the 20% all attack only. For right now, I do have the Luna Snow card that I need to re-roll to get the energy, and then we're 34, 43 for the cooldown and ignore dodge, respectively. 52% HP, 30% defense, 32% crit rate, 20% crit damage. So, and then for the swords, this is what we're rocking: 36%, 12, 7, 9 on the energy attack, and 2000 instinct. 2,555 to be exact. So not bad. He was making up the distance on those procs. And then he does have overall more energy attack, I think. If not, it's pretty close, because I was 60-40. So that's 100. Plus the 20% all attack, so I'm rocking 120. I think it was like at 110. So pretty comparable in terms of attack. It's just the pierce that was the big difference there. And I really didn't get all into his team up collection and all of that sort of stuff. Actually, you know what? I am interested to know. Let me go back in there. What was it? Golden Yuki? Yeah. Cards, swords. Okay, Mighty Rage. With a 4-star artifact. Alright. 100, level 100 on your 5th gear. Okay, with everything going into attack though. Okay, no CTP on your Nick Fury, but you do have the newest, latest uniform. Now I gotta go find his Dazzler. There she is. Does have an insight on her, but it's a regular insight, but it is the 2020 variety, and it's a good roll. So there is that. I don't think it was enough to make up for the difference in Pierce, though. Or the difference in the build. I mean, I'm rocking Odin's. The Striker was Ghost Rider, one of the best in the game. 4-star artifact versus a 3-star. We were both rocking the Mighty Rage. He may have had a better roll on his Rage. Your turn, fight you. Yeah. Hella number 1. Or were you saying hello? What's up, Quadaki? Yeah. Let's slide back over here into this thing. So we can see what we're trying to see here. Any suggestions so far for the list? Here, let me move this right quick just so you guys can see this in. Although I know y'all really not worried about the but is it anybody down here and know that you feel like should come up? Again, useful is kind of niche two-way sort of stuff. Maybe some ABX, ABL World Boss sort of situation with the rage, judgment, or rage and energy sort of play with the character. Or maybe very, very niche, two-way PvE, PvP sort of play. Kind of like how you can do with Carnage and with Adam now. Not so much top of the meta anymore. Or maybe never was very meta for one game mode, such as Adam. Never really was very good for PvE, but could do it to some level, just not at a high level. Am I valuing some characters too high, like Namor or Zeus or any of these other types that can use a rage? Or you can, backdoor it and put a judgment on them and take them into, giant boss or world boss and something like that. I mean, that is value. You know what I mean? So I kind of wanted to acknowledge that here in useful. And then in terms of the straight up DPS / supports, characters that you would use either a PvP or PvE setup on, such as a competition or a breed or something like that, an authority even, or an energy. I'm sorry, not the competition, the conquest, for the PvP sort of setup, and then the competition or an energy or a rage or judgment for a PvE sort of setup. Either one of those two, and they're useful with a insight or a liberation. That's this DPS / support category here. So characters like Cyclops, characters like Storm, characters like even though she's at the top of the meta right now, you're really not gonna put an insight on her yet. But when the DPS falls off, that option is available to her, similar to Mystique, similar to Doc Voodoo, Hela to a lesser degree. And even honorable mentions down here that are not tier 4able. I know I said I was limiting this list to tier 4 characters only, but their DPS at tier 3 or Awakened is just so good that I had to kind of acknowledge that here. Maybe you could say characters like Johnny or Quicksilver are a stretch, but you do still see him on AC teams to a degree, and you can still get some decent DPS out of him, although it's not very much. Like the onlyest other character I could see making that argument for down here would be somebody like APOC. You know, maybe popping him in here as being sort of two-way useful, maybe not as useful as somebody like a Doc Doom, because you do have to hunt down his artifact in order to give him the revive. So that does kind of count as a knock against him, similar to these two guys. So that would probably be a good space for him. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. Although you only really see him in PvP, don't really see him in this uniform used in PvE much, if at all. So that's kind of why I had him down there in no. Similar to these two guys, although they're good. They, you know, you can't really use them much place else. You know what I mean? So kind of torn with that one. Really don't know where this guy's gonna fall in yet. Really don't know where she's gonna fall in yet, although she does have that usefulness now. Yeah, she'll be somewhere back here with these guys. So I don't know. I feel like I did it some justice, I think. I hope. But I don't know. You guys tell me. Let's see. Everything have Dazzler. Should I tier 2 Polaris or not? Hell yeah, you should tier 2 Polaris. Why Doom in the top of the lineup? Because Doom's DPS in PvE is really, really underrated. Honestly, he probably shouldn't be ahead of a bunch of these guys though. But his DPS in PvE is really underrated, and you do see him a lot in PvP when certain bans and restrictions are up. So yeah, you kind of got to give him his props. I mean, ACF1 did a bunch of videos on this guy where he's crushing it in PvE, PvP. Well, mostly PvP, PvE. So he had some high-level world boss stuff. You know, not top tier. Don't get me wrong. Not top tier, but serviceable, right? Probably more so than a lot of these other guys down here. Not as high as Storm, of course. Not as high as Mephisto or Null or any of these guys. But really damn good DPS. Does not need an artifact like these guys do. Along with the uniform in order to perform. You just need to slap the uniform on him and you can get that use out of him. So you can make the argument that I could slide I could slide Taskmaster down there. Probably be a lot higher, probably somewhere up in here. Yeah. So yeah, I feel like that's a good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Magic is also good both ways in PvP and PvE. I mean, the transformation does. So, this is the thing with magic. Where is she? I know I stuck her down. The thing is, a lot of times in the autoplay game modes, she does not get the second skill off. Yeah, definitely more so than Sentry. Um, you know, I can make the argument that Sentry should be down here, honestly. Um, less useful. Yeah, somewhere like that. Um, whoever thought you'd see Jean Grey ahead of Sentry on a tier list? um, I don't know. I have a hard time sticking her up here. And the reason being is, yeah, in PvE, it's really, really easy to get that second skill transformation off and go ham. In PvP, in the autoplay game modes, specifically, she does not like to cast that second skill. So you really wound up not seeing a lot out of it. Although I have run game modes where she's gone in and gone ham and all of that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to mull that one over. But I think Doom is definitely underestimated. I mean, you could argue that I could stick Doom down here. He'd probably be ahead of these guys because, like I said, they need artifacts. Yeah. So if you want to make that argument, I'm here for that. I'm definitely here for that. She's better than Deadpool. Let's see. Does Deadpool take a... So here's the question. Do you give a character a knock for needing... for needing the uniform, right? So in the case of, say, Thanos, how he needs 2 uniforms. Or Deadpool, how he needs 2 uniforms, right? You can make the argument for Wolverine as well in that, right? Because it's a heavier crystal cost investment, right? So is that a knock? So she's better than Deadpool. So you're saying we need to bring Deadpool down? If so, which one? Or both? Because I'm here for that argument too. I mean, Deadpool does need an artifact to perform in PvP, and we've been... You know, the thing is, Wolverine, Madeline, Ghost Rider, they're so much better. So yeah, I think you're kind of right. She needs a character and an artifact, but she is really, really good. Without it in PvE, you just need the uniform. you only need the Franklin Richards and the artifact shit for her PvP, sort of. So, and she still has the support ability. So maybe we stick her down here because of the support factor. It is just debuff removal though, so it's not like it's not like she's offering DPS. Yeah, probably somewhere around there. You could make the argument for Thanos lead with the conquest sort of situation. I don't know. I don't think that's a very helpful argument. I could make the argument that this uniform shouldn't be there. It should probably come down because while he is tanky, probably somewhere in here. I still think this uniform is way better in PvE than this uniform is in PvP. So that's kind of an interesting split. Similarly, I think this uniform is way better in PvP than this uniform is in PvE for Deadpool. So maybe we put Magic and Deadpool up there for their PvP uniforms, or Magic for her rivals and Deadpool for his PvP joint. Yeah. Yeah. I can see something like that. I think that makes more sense, and it shows a clear distinction in value between the Thanos uniforms, the Deadpool uniforms, and then the difference in value between where Magic is and where Deadpool is in PvP. Although I do think the type advantage goes a long way for him in matchups versus her specifically. So they might be a lot closer. Maybe something like this. Yeah. Maybe something like that. And should we drop this one down to follow suit? Because you really don't see it around much in PvP anymore either. So I think people are taking this as the definitive joint. Maybe something like that. because this uniform is loads better. Like, I've gotten to the point personally where I've stopped switching. And is that more of a convenience factor than a you know, is that more of a convenience factor, the switching? There. Hopefully that's better for you guys to see. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's anybody else that I need to bring up from the bottom. Shala Balls, the DPS just is not there in PvE. Similar to Surfer. This guy may be on the watch list for No Way Home for getting some sort of synergy joint, but as of now, really cannot justify putting him on there. You could make the argument for her, you can use her with an energy or a rage. But I don't think for her specifically it's strong enough to carry. Similar to this. And it's also a seasonal uniform that's been replaced by a non-seasonal for the same typing. So it's like, why in the world would you put a second CTP on a character like that? And then, like I said, I think I got all of the tier 4s out of here, unless they gave Blade one at some point that I wasn't paying attention to. I don't think so, though. Did they give Yondu tier 4? Came in a seasonal. That I might have to check on. Groot. Yeah. And I felt like it was a few more down here. We already got this guy out of the way in another uniform, so we're not gonna double up. Raven, maybe Black Panther here. Don't really remember if they gave her a tier 4. Also with Victorious, I don't think they gave her one either. I want to say one of the other members of the Black Order, other than Ebony, has gotten a tier 4. But yeah, the Mao is not worth it either. Let's see if I can find this guy. Yeah, he's not down there. Did I snatch him already? Yeah, there he is. Okay. Mantis should be on the 5th line. It's no 5 lines, it's just 4. But no. Mantis, these 3 here, Mantis, there is honorable mentions, because if you check up on them, now I'm not saying a second CTP, right? Second custom gear. That's also why I renamed it. For these guys, you can slap them all with an insight, or if you want to go with a DPS sort of setup, budget friendly, you can always get them with like a guard break immunity, fire damage, baby rage, obelisk, and go in and have some fun with them. The DPS on all 3 of them is amazing, even for this guy. So yeah, I kind of had to slap them up there. They are the only 3 characters that are on this list that are non-tier 4, by the way. And it's just because the DPS in those uniforms was so good, and they offered the support value as well. I kind of had to recognize that. I'm not saying put 2 CTPs on them. For Mantis, for Red Goblin or Green Goblin in the symbiote uniform, or the seasonal uniform for Mysterio. But they are worthy of maybe considering a second CTP slot once you get all of these guys out of the way, if you choose. Not saying that you do. It's not a necessity sort of thing. Just kind of ranking these guys for funsies. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I am with it. Nice Pool is nice in PvE. I don't think he's better in PvE than Deadpool is in PvP. I definitely don't think that's the case. You don't really see him getting a lot of play there. Let me see. What speed mutants are better than Deadpool in PvE specifically? You know what? That's kind of interesting. There are probably not any. If Quicksilver was a mutant, but he's not in this game. Like, and this is the interesting thing too, because your meta support does not necessarily mean that you have the DPS to carry with a DPS build. So yeah, if a character like a Red Goblin or a Mantis or a Mysterio got a tier 4 right now with the standing uniforms that they have, they would definitely be sniffing the meta. I'm not saying they would become meta, I'm not saying they'd be at the top of the meta, but the DPS as it stands now, yeah, they're not bad, bro. They're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. You know, similar to how we can get a lot of DPS out of a character like Nebula, or how we can get a lot of DPS out of a character like, what's her name? Hope Summers. They're very much in that vein, with the added benefit of having a support that you can couple with a CTP of insight or liberation. Yeah, I think that definitely deserves a mention. You know, so that's kind of the thinking that I went into that with. But, you know, by that same right, Agent Venom isn't as good. You know what I mean? I tell you what, you could make the argument that she is. You could definitely make the argument that America Chavez is. Now that I'm sitting here looking at this list, you could definitely make that argument that, hey, her DPS is good enough to where you could rock her with an insight, or you could build her for DPS and she could do some stuff. You could build her with possibly a conquest, maybe a regen or a refinement or something like that, and get off with her and possibly get kills. So dual use PvP sort of situation with her. So there's that value. Scarlet Spidey, not really. Not really. The DPS in that seasonal uni just wasn't all that great. So yeah, I really can't say, hey, yeah, you should build this guy this way. No. Not at all. If he ain't surpassing the likes of Mystique or Mantis, even Red Goblin, if he's not surpassing the likes of them, nah, I really can't justify opening a second slot for that guy. You build him for the support for the Spideys, for the web heads, and you leave it at that. And Loki got a PvP uniform. He'll be great. Yeah, if he actually gets one. As it stands, he works in 2 different capacities with the exact same custom gear, so there's not a need to open up a second slot for that guy. That's the thing. You know what I mean? You really gotta, like, I really had to kind of think when I was sort of sliding characters in and putting them in their spaces, sliding them and whatnot, or slotting them in. That's what I was looking for. You know, I really had to think like, well, yeah, the character's good. Like, all because you're in the no category does not mean that it's not a good character. It's just not a good option to open a second CTP slot for. So, you know, for all of these guys down here in the red, that's kind of the reason why. Could that change in the future? Yeah, I mean, we're a few days away from the second. I'm surprised we haven't gotten patch notes from the second half of the update with Luna coming out of seasonal hell before her season drops, I might add, and Moon Knight. So Groot, again, DPS isn't so great, and very, very, very limited PvP support potential. Not even a lot of DPS. I don't think he has an iframe ignore either in PvP. So yeah, he's just not on the same level as somebody like Doom. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the same way with Winter Soldier. You got two different uniforms, but you can build them the exact same way. So, not a lot of need to put a second CTP on that guy. Cap is mainly PvP focused, and his build is going to be the exact same whether you're Zombie Cap or whether you're, you know, this new and improved Captain America. And if you got the new uniform, why would you go back to having to stick him with another character just to get the most out of him? You wouldn't. So, you know, for that reason, I kind of couldn't put him on the list. I mean, same thing with Rogue. While she does have the DPS, she is still a really good farmer. You can use her with the Rage, you can use her with the Judgment, and she works well. The DPS just is not there anymore to justify it. Had I made this tier list a year ago, yeah, I would say, you know, yeah, two-way CTP Rogue, top choice. Now, not so much. And I've done extensive testing with her versus Luna Snow, swapping CTPs, Judgment, and Rages. So, for those two in particular, yeah. But, you know, Luna's value is kind of held, whereas Rogue's value has kind of waned and waxed and fallen off. And, you know, become more truncated. Kind of the same thing with Crescent. And I really hate making that dual CTP argument for characters that are, say, oh, you're useful with a energy and a rage, right? Well, most characters that are useful with a single skill damage proc type, like a destruction or an energy, are gonna also function with a rage or a comp. So that's kind of a pointless comparison. Whereas, you know, if they have that elemental damage built into their kit, well, then you can kind of get some interplay going on. And we know about the functionality of the rage and the comp in ABX and ABL game modes versus a judgment on those same characters in World Ball Search GBR, right? There's a clear distinction. So I don't know. I kind of like this. This was fun. This was fun. Yeah, this was fun. You could argue that Madeline probably has more value for that second CTP slot than Ghost Rider because she's better in PvP than he is by far. But he does have that snipe capability against villains. So they're kind of 1A and 1B. Yeah, I would say Null over. I would say Mephisto over Null because with Null, you could make the argument that you kind of need AV with him, whereas Mephisto, you only need the uniform. So I think I do have to kind of hit him for that. I think with these two, they could go either way, honestly. Wolverine is probably not as good in PvE as Ghost Rider, but Ghost Rider is probably not as good in PvP as Wolverine. So I think in the end, that's probably going to be a wash. And then Kang, and then there's a major drop off. You could probably even make the argument that Kang should be a little higher up, maybe ahead of Wolverine. I don't know. But however these two fall, there is a major drop. I feel like I almost feel like I need a second I mean, another category. Here, we'll do this. Give me a sec. Yeah, this isn't right. Okay, give me 1 second. There. Okay, so here we go. We added in a new category, and yeah, we called that one baby goats. So pretty much the same thing as the two-way OGs, but that clear distinction between where these guys are and where these guys are. Because, yeah, it's miles apart from, any of these tier 3 natives, any of these native tier 2s, to some of these guys down here, even though a lot of them are native tier 2. Much older uniforms, much less powered uniforms, this sort of stuff. So, definitely not as OP as the other guys. And honestly, we could kind of do that. See, now we gotta kind of reevaluate as well how we have some of these categories stacked. Still gonna leave the Thanos and the Deadpool things the way that they are, I do think my guy Doc Doom needs a bit more respect. Because I've seen what this guy can do in PvE against some of my strongest tunes, and you regularly see this guy in PvP content. So definitely got to put a little more respect on his name than that. Maybe even move him ahead of Thanos. Possibly even Deadpool. You see him more in PvP than you do Deadpool these days. My guy APOC. Do we show him some love and bring him up, or do we leave him? I've seen him do some amazing things in PvP. It's the PvE side of stuff. And while he does have the support, so you could slap him with an insight, it is not as juicy as you might think. And, you know, I would say this. Had they buffed his leadership, I would even be willing to bring this guy up here. As it stands, they did not. So he is better than Carnage these days. Yeah, as it stands, they didn't. So but yeah, if they'd have buffed his lead, I would have had no problem putting him up here. Amongst the likes of Cyclops and all of those guys. Or maybe even in the Baby Goats with Doom and all of them. Well, definitely in the support because of the debuff removal for mutants, and like I said, if they'd have buffed his leadership, then possibly, because then he would always have that sort of going for him, and then bringing native DPS along with that would just be a plus. Who plays story mode? Yours truly. There's a lot of good rewards in here that you can avail yourself of and just stack it up. And the way that you can stack energy these days, why not? You can get P cards out of here. You can get CTPs out of here. You know, and the bag that it is not checked is the bag that, you know, you miss it, that's on you. You know what I mean? And as many P cards as you need to complete, yeah. Nah, I gotta have them. I gotta catch them all like Pokemon. But yeah. I don't know. I tried to be fair on the list. That works a lot better, I think. So the two-way baby goats, which I think, and I put them under the support DPS because I feel like the support DPS in the long run that's what's gonna hold the most value for you in one way, shape, or form. Um, yeah, she's more of a support DPS because, and then this is the other distinction that I kind of want to make with this support DPS is these are all tunes that pretty much go like one way. I mean, yeah, I can use Mantis in PvP, but only as a support, so that's a little bit different. And then the other way she goes like straight DPS into PvE sort of content. That's a distinct difference from somebody like America Chavez, who is either a support PvP or a DPS PvP character, only on that side. Really doesn't do PvE content like that, ABX, GBR, that sort of stuff. So that is kind of a distinction I wanted to make there, and what separates them from the two-way players. Like, I really wouldn't consider Mantis two-way, even though the support is kind of one way and then the DPS is kind of the other. Like, I'm not really counting that. I would count that more as a support DPS than a support two-way player, if that makes sense. So I suppose by that token, I should bring Jeff down. No, because he's yeah. No, he should stay there. He should stay there. Because you would either build him as a DPS for PvP or a support for PvP. Even though he does have limited PvE potential. Right? Was it 17 million and some change? 23 and still cracking. Hmm, 24 and still cracking. Didn't crack 25, but it's all good. Can I get him one go? That's the question. Okay. See if I can pop off and get him. Cool. Seven seconds left. Let's make the most of it. Couldn't quite crack him, but 2 bars away. Whoa. Wow, couldn't get behind him. Gotta heal up. Wow. 2 bars away from 27. I kind of want to try that again with Polaris. Anywho, y'all let me know what y'all think, man. My phone is probably about to conk out here. Let me see what I can do about that. Let me see here. Let's see if I can get us a reprieve while we talk about this tier list some more. Matter of fact, we'll do it like this. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. So, are we missing anybody? Who plays story mode? Me got 250 plus story fragments. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, them. Hold on, I'm waiting for my joint to charge up a little bit, and we'll get back in it. So I'm gonna let this chill while we talk about the tier list, and we'll pop back in. Yeah, y'all getting a special extended session tonight, like a motherfucker. So make sure the music ain't deafening y'all. Get it to where I can hear it. All right. So, yeah, I don't think any of the no's. I keep scrolling down here for the no's because I'm like, are any of these guys truly that bad, or any of them like, is it any redeeming qualities down here that I may have overlooked? Right? Taking everything into consideration that I can, and also scrolling down here to make sure that I haven't missed any tier 4 characters. I do believe that Ghost has some sort of support for the Thunderbolts for debuff removal, but seeing as how none of them are viable for PvP, it's like, bruh, even though Ghost herself has some interesting mechanics that I feel like could be applied in PvP, yeah, they really just don't, you know. The game mode's gotta lean in such a way for her to be able to get off. You know what I mean? But also making sure that I haven't missed any tier 4s. It could be lingering down here. I do have a Doctor Strange already, so we're really not worried about this guy. Some of these are duplicate uniforms. Like Doc Strange and Strife and Sharon and a few others. Didn't they give Rocket a tier 4? And it was trash or some shit? If they did, let me throw him up here too. I think I got Star-Lord already. Yeah, he's right here. Oh man, Star-Lord. Oh, She-Hulk. Duh, she has a tier 4. Yep, really only gonna use her one way, honestly. Her DPS isn't bad though. That's the thing. It's like, it's not great, but it's not noteworthy, say. if I can get a reprieve to like 25 or 30%, I think I should be good. I'm at 16 now, down from 10. I was down at like 9 or 10%. So give it a few. We'll be back in there. I'm down on that music, so I ain't blowing your drums out. Yeah. I think this is like, you could argue placement on some of these characters. Maybe Hulk deserves to be higher. Probably higher than Namor. Yeah. Maybe somewhere in there. Honestly, you could make the same argument for Captain Marvel as well. Although I think her DPS may be higher in PvP, her survivability is not. But she does have the 7-second get off provided by old girl right here. Good old weapon Hex. So there's that. I suppose you could make the argument for Strange in that way, because he does have the reflect. He does have the time freeze. He would have the 7-second get off. Maybe back here somewhere. And I really hate to hate on Strange like that, but really I think it's showing him a lot of love, honestly. But that's a stretch, bros. Like, I honestly feel like he should be, even with everything that he has in his kit, because the survivability is so low. And he's really not meant for PvP. The tankiness just is not there. I kind of feel like that's a fair spot for that. It's like, once you're done with everybody and you're considering the nose, he's at the top of the list. But really not worried about arranging this too tough. She'd probably be way back here. He'd probably be way back here. Definitely gotta put Rocket at the end of the line. Definitely gotta put all of these folks here. Yeah. Maybe middle of the pack for her. Definitely somewhere way at the back for him. Yeah, stuff like that. But I don't know. That's all in the weeds. That's too far in the weeds to really make any sort of accurate like definitive yes, no go sort of situation. You know what I mean? If you're that far down, it's like, bro, do what you want. Like, you know, if you can feel CTPs on everybody here, like in this category, definitely, mostly in this category, maybe some obelisks there for some tier 3s. You know, if you can feel everybody in this category for the most part, and everybody here for the most part with double CTPs, it's like, bro, you're down here, just have at it, do what you want. Maybe Rogue deserves to be higher up. But it's like, yeah. It's like, do you, my guy. You way down here in the I don't knows. Yeah, matter of fact, that's what we gonna call this. Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna call this. The I don't knows. Useful-ish. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, we'll jump back into the game in just a few more minutes. Let me get caught up on the chat here. Luna Snow Moon Knight. Once again, we don't know what Moon Knight is gonna be, so I don't feel comfortable giving him a ranking yet. He's traditionally only been good for PvE. And then with Luna, yes, she's got the new uniform coming. We do know that you can use her with a judgment now. We know you can use her with a rage or a comp now. So given the difference in between those two CTPs, I kind of gotta give her, you know, probably even up here somewhere. Well, not 2A, but useful-ish. Kind of want to rename that category too. I don't know. It really wouldn't fit the bill. She would probably be coming in here. Unless she gets some kind of DPS support. And I feel like that'll be a respectable spot, honestly. You know, if she winds up being really, really good for World Boss and GBR with a Judgment, and then slap a Rage on her, go ham in ABX, ABL, I mean, why not? Right? Although, I don't think that sort of gameplay, that PvE dual setup, is as useful overall as being able to build a character for PvP and for PvE and for PvP. So that's kind of the distinction that I wanted to make, especially with these two categories here, the two-way categories. Although I still think, like, more so than the baby goats in the two-way department, I feel like the DPS guys that also have support capability, you know, you really can't underestimate the value of that. So, I mean, you could argue that I could switch those, because this is probably going to be overall more useful. You'd probably see less turnover in these two categories in terms of having to shuffle CTPs around, because once the DPS falls off here, then you're probably going to strip that CTP, and then that 1,000 crystals will just be sitting, turning in the wind. So there is that argument. I get it. But if you look at it from another direction, for what they could do at the level they could do it, when you made that decision, did you get enough squeeze out of that orange? Right? Well, if you did, then hey. All right. So let's get back into the game. Pick up for dispatch. Hopefully we'll snatch up a little bit of energy, and we can come in, do the rest of our dailies, and call it even. There's a 55 piece. Participate in TBA. I haven't been faring well in PvP as of late. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I'll leave Wolverine on the Shadow matchup. Not looking good for Kang. And if Wolverine could have shred off Rip, we could have had ourselves something. Now we got the uphill climb. Ooh, not good. We were able to pull it off. Should be easy pickings for our Sentry. Doesn't have the tank anymore, so he has to do the rest of the heavy lifting on his own. It's gonna be enough that Null is sticking around, and Sentry pulls it off. Can my guy Deadpool do what Deadpool does? I don't think he's eliminated. Yeah. Wow. So Deadpool is not enough. He really wanting to look at his setup. Make sure I got a CTP on this guy. Just every time. I got the feeling if I front load on this guy, know who he has in that mirror matchup. I mean, in that hidden matchup. Can Kang take on Kang and Sentry? And Adam. Okay, got the life off of both of them. It's too much in the end, though. Okay. Yeah, it's a bad matchup for Deadpool. So, can we overcome AV? Yes. HP from America Chavez and the debuff removal with damage was enough. Barely. Now we need to be able to pull something off with Wolverine here, and cannot in the end. So probably should have saved Sentry for that last matchup. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Feeling good about that. Damn, Jeff survived the first barrage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How you gotta deal with Marez with nothing? Looking pretty good. Let's see here. As long as I don't pop myself to reflect, I should be okay. Okay, we're looking pretty good. The Reds got me with the reflect. Okay, now I gotta be able to take him out, and are able to do so. Can we get the sweep? Do have the right matchup that we want? Is it gonna be enough? Okay, the artifact or the immortality did get triggered, and we got popped on the res. Okay. So Deadpool here. Is it gonna be enough? Has the type advantage against Adam. He's gotten through, or he got his artifact triggered. Hey, but Deadpool is able to pull it off in the end. We do have a 6-star artifact on that guy, so yeah. I can definitely dig it. Oh, you was falling asleep? I had to get a slight boost on the phone. I should have kind of done it when I was doing the tier list and whatnot, but kind of wanted to show the gameplay too. Let's see here. You know what? Let's mirror match this up. Leave Deadpool there. There's that. See? See? Doc Doom. Chilling. Chilling. Right? And they asked me why I had him on the tier list. Matter of fact, I think I like that matchup better. I could be wrong though. Wolverine could be problems. But if my Wolverine could get the victory here, that would be amazing. Should have brought Kang. Yeah, Kang would slid that guy. Send this man out. Thought I was gonna get the Riz. I mean the Ooh, come on now. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Hey. Okay. We're not expecting to lose that matchup. Wow, we about to get swept? Are you serious? I wasn't paying attention to the carnage. Was not paying attention to the carnage. That was just a bad matchup. Now I gotta deal with all these damn assholes. Yep, leave it alone. Why Juggernaut with Sentry? It gives them another target to tank, and it allows for yeah, Juggernaut could just stand in there and tank Sentry, essentially. They're targeting Jug, they're not really targeting Sentry as effectively, so I really should have him in the other slot so he's drawing fire. And then if he gets his third skill off, or if he gets his fourth skill off, he can clap. So, or help to clap. So, yeah, he's pretty effective. Plus, he's a hero, so he can take advantage of Jeff in this uniform. So, yeah, he serves a purpose. Even in, yeah, he's out there, he's getting clapped and all of this here, but he's drawing fire away from Sentry also. So no speed types. Should I spend 1,000 crystals? I can't because there's 2 uniforms coming. I was gonna say, should I spend 1,000 crystals on Maddie? And yes, we do have 2 CTPs on this guy. And he is the only character that I have multiple CTPs on. Yeah, I might have to tier 3 or transcend Red She-Hulk if she's capable. That's on the leadership. Yeah, we'll do that. Ghost Riders do losing a lot of damage by not having access to his 3rd skill. Some bitch pulled a transfer. Play this manually. Nice little low. Top, run to the bottom. Top 5, top tier 3. Bottom, top 4. Back up, put it Why Thor Striker? It's just old and I haven't changed it. Like, I know they did the whole new striker thing where you can read all this stuff, but I'll get around to it eventually. It's really no rush. It's not like Thor's a bad striker. I think the last time I changed it on Mephisto was because Shock Season or some shit like that I was using him in. Thor is, of course, the best striker for that. So you're still gonna have to switch. That's why I'm like, yeah, it's cool that. Wow. Did not realize my HP was that low. Yeah, it's cool that you can duplicate strikers now and all of that stuff. Ooh. But yeah, you're still gonna have to switch and all of that stuff. Like going down there and taking care of the bottom. Right. Right. Oh yeah, going from the top to the bottom. Yes, sir. I have to switch the strategy. Let's see here. 2 more to go. was close. That was the closest so far. Right? Mm. That one really got stressed at the end. Oh, oh. Whole night says uni is around the corner. Those we're not worried about. Carbo and souls are the need of the day. Okay, so we still working on his gears. I don't know why I thought I was done with his gears. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. I take it. I can dig it. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. are a few away from the advancement. For the most part, we do have the materials we need. We are about a day, maybe two's worth of souls away. We do need to get the books though, which means GBR Harmon. Yep. Still a few days away for that, and we don't have enough for that. So, yeah. Okay, 20 million. Set score. Not bad. Okay, we actually got our combat book for the day. What in the world? Wonder what that was all about. Okay. Let's get her out of the way. What do I have on this guy? Baby Rage. This might not be enough. Might not be enough. His team, no problem. bite the corner of. Nope, got all of that out. What you thought you was finna do. Cute. Cute. See you, Thor. Come on down through there. Bring down the walls of Jericho. Mm-hmm. Straight skipped a whole phase. I love it. Oh, I got clap. Okay. So be it. Return the favor. Hey, you gonna make Black Swan a tier 3 native, but not Jean Grey? The Harbinger of the Phoenix Force? Let's teach you a lesson. I don't even think I cracked her shield yet. And done 15 bars of damage. some shit like that. Bring down the walls of Jericho. I must break you. That's what Ivan Drago said. I must break you. My voice is low. Hold on, let me how's that? Is that better? Is that better? All right, let me focus so I can get on that ash. Yeah, I should have been able to phase skip and all of that. Add a whole heaping helping of DPS right on to it. Oh. Didn't skip the phase that time. It's all good though. Now pop off with the tier 3 and backdoor with the heaping help and the DPS and get you out the way. How you like that? How you like them apples? That was a nice calculation. we can do something like that. That'll work. That'll work. IGN, Brody, check my ID. Suggest some PvP characters. Yeah, for sure. Let me finish running this and we'll go over and check it out. Considering his DPS now in this new uniform, it should not take very long. Yeah. Yeah, hold that. Hold on, Watson. Yeah, pop the tier 4 way back there just in case, and then bust you upside the head with your tier 3. All right. See how much juice I got. 17%. Okay. Is it CBDH? Just gonna mix it up, huh? All right. So let's see here. Cards are decent. Need to re-roll that movement speed for something else. It's probably coming from that. Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay. Yeah, I understand not wanting to re-roll a quality 7 though. So, but you're over on ignore defense anyway. So losing that really isn't gonna matter so much. Suggestions for PvP. Is that what that was? Let me see. Yeah, suggestions for PvP. Okay, so let me see here. Well, you're a few uniforms old on your, well, you're one uniform old on your whole. Really wasn't a PvP sort of situation. Anywho, with him, the uber expensive variety, Madeline or well, I mean, this is the problem with giving suggestions for PvP. all of them are gonna be like ridiculously expensive. No, yeah, you could tier 4 him. You'll get some mileage out of him. You definitely get some wins and stuff. A lot of people will tell you that he's gonna need AV, Agent Venom, with his uniform in order to succeed. You do have him at tier 2 already, so that's a good thing. That just means you need to pick up the Agent Venom uniform if you plan on building him. So that's not a bad way to go. Kang would also be another pickup that you might consider. Tier 4 and Wolverine would also be a good move. You're already a few gears in. He's much, much less expensive than Kang or Null. So that's kind of a plus. And he's more useful than Thanos. So another plus. And with his newest uniform, you can unlock that second slot and build him two-way. So kind of another plus there as well. So he's got a lot going for him. To get the most out of him, you're probably going to want to invest in rescue and use that tech for him. The other thing too is a lot of the PvP is only going to go so far as some of the supports that you have available to you, right? So if you don't have Colossus support, if you don't have not so much Wasp, but I see you got Jeffrey support right here. Stuff like that is going to go a long way for your roster. Even some of the more niche supports. She's not bad for PvP, but you don't have her artifact, so really can't recommend getting her uniform and taking her to tier 4 just yet. But she can get some things done for you. Madeline is too heavy of a crystal investment for me to suggest unless you have her on your roster already. And she's a seasonal couch uniform, so you'll either need a seasonal ticket to build her or some shit like that. However, alternatively, if you're wanting to go a crystal route but not so much that heavy investment, if you tier 3 this guy or even tier 2 him and slap him with Emma in her new seasonal uniform, you might be able to get some mileage out of that setup, but that kind of requires Emma. So alternatives you could use in a setup like that would probably be Wolverine with Emma. I think that would be pretty strong. You'd be surprised at some of the stuff that she can pull off, honestly. Keep in mind you will need her artifact because it does provide her reflect. So and that's the thing about PvP. is there are not a lot of inexpensive options. And because you have so few of the meta out of the way, I would kind of direct you in that route. So, Wolverine definitely needs to be a priority if you're talking about PvP. Null definitely needs to be a priority. Kang kind of needs to be a priority. Maybe even somebody like Adam Warlock, but I don't see him in your roster either. So it's some heavy crystal investment for what you have. Though I would say those guys, Null, Kang, Wolverine. Like, not gonna suggest some cheeky Warriors of the Sky type bullshit. Get down in here, really see what you got to work with. Yeah, slapping a mega tier 2 ticket on this guy, that's gonna take you a long way as far as your PvP mutant supports go. He's really, really good. Yeah, not seeing any PvP heavyweights. You do have Magic here. She does have her rival's uniform. She is out of seasonal hell, so if you can get your hands on her artifact, she would be a good pickup. And you could run her in conjunction with Magic. With Emma, in place of Madeline, and that may do some things for you. So maybe a Magic, Madeline, Silver Samurai team. That could work. And I've run that team before, and it has done some justice for me. So it would be a matter of getting the requisite tickets to take her to tier 2 and then tier 4ing her. So that's somebody you could grab kind of right away out of the weeds. Maybe drop some crystals for Emma. May have to drop some cash to get her uniform when it rolls around this summer, but that's right around the corner. And you can do some cheeky stuff. Depending on what happens with the anniversary, I will wait and see if tier 5 actually happens. And if it doesn't, you might have some wiggle room. But in the meantime, you would at least have a game plan of at least 3 or 4 characters to build up. 3 of which are heavyweights in Null, Mephisto, or in Null, Kang, and Wolverine. So that would kind of be my advice in PvP. You could also get Cap's new uniform, and he would be a good pickup for you for PvP. I've seen some interesting stuff with him. I'm probably gonna use my tier 4 ticket for the anniversary on that guy. He could build Silver Surfer, but Silver Surfer's falling off a lot. And Silver Surfer So this is the thing. Silver Surfer, you would need to get AV's uniform, obviously. Um, so there's that versus crystal wise. Yeah, it's cheaper than Emma because Emma's gonna cost you, I think, 4,500 crystals or some shit like that. So, but I think Emma is more useful than Surfer is at this point, even with the extra life. I mean, I've seen Emma stand there and just tank and tank and tank and stuff like TBA, given the right setup. So, and against like null teams, like no lightweights, you know what I mean? So, that's kind of where I'm like, yeah. I mean that Madeline, Emma, and who was I running? Madeline, Emma, Magic combo. They were giving that dude the business, and it wasn't a whole lot he could do. Just saying. So, Cap, Null, Kang, Wolverine, and then Magic. If you got the spare crystals hanging, laying around, possibly Emma, and grabbing her uniform this summer. And then, of course, building up your Silver Samurai. Not necessarily the tier 4, but definitely the tier 3. Null Surfer AV. Yeah, Null Surfer AV is a team, but you're really never going to have enough points to run Null Surfer AV in TBA. You can run them in Timeline. You can run them in Otherworld Battle when the restrictions permit. So, that's kind of where I'm coming at it on that tip. Outside chance you could probably build this guy, but he's way out of the meta for me to suggest him in like PvP content. And it's a heavy investment. You know what I mean? Tier 2 native. Really cannot suggest building this guy at this point for PvP content at least. Pharmathanos PvE, tier 4, pretty damn good still. You also have Mephisto lingering here. If you decide to pick up his uniform, he is the best PvE character in the game currently, so he'll be able to do a lot of heavy lifting for you, although the creature tag is going to limit some of his world boss push potential if that's an interest of yours. The other thing too is if you want your characters to perform better in PvP, I would definitely suggest working on your cards, maybe even thinking about opening up this second card slot and getting you some more PvP oriented deck going. Because if that one is performing pretty well for you right now, it's a lot easier to overtake 16% Pierce than have to it's you can deal with it in PvE a lot better than you can in PvP. along with not having stuff like HP procs and this sort of stuff going on that you kind of that you kind of want coming from your cards. You know what I mean? Speaking of cards, got 34, huh? Okay. Straight skip. Get the HP. And the bios. And the hidden tickets. Uniform XP chips, definitely. I could use the tier 3 mats, especially at a cheap price. Almost spent crystals. Do not want to spend crystals in this shop at all, ever. Unless you just have a hell of a major, not on that reward, but you know, some of the other stuff they have in here, you know, maybe a Odin, maybe a P card, definitely a CTP. That sort of stuff is worth it. The rest of it is like, nah. And it has to be at the right price, because I've passed on plenty of CTPs and such. A support shop, that's what I want. So 40. Got a 40 piece to re-roll. I could try this Luna card again, but I kind of want to try my hand. Actually, this thing has crit rate, cooldown, and the proc. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the discount then, so I can unequip that bad boy. Definitely want this to be a better quality. Yeah, we'll try this Luna card again. I already burned through 8 cards. Yeah, the HP is nice. The all attack is nice. What we're looking for is HP or crit damage, all defense or recovery rate, and the HP proc. I mean the attack proc. With a solid quality. Come on. That's 2 quality 6s in a row with trash stats. And I've only seen the energy attack proc once. Come on, bros. Y'all are really on one. Yep. Every single time I've tried to re-roll this card, I've gotten straight garbage every time. I don't know what it is. No, I've tried that shit and no. No. The last time I tried that, it ate up all of my damn cards and didn't give me anything that I would have like stopped on. So no, we don't do that auto shit no more with the cards. This is way too important and requires proper curation. Because I might get something that I want to say, you know what, let me stop on this. I'm down to my last little low, kind of like how I am now. Not getting anything good, and I might get like a quality 4 or something with energy attack on it. I'm like, okay, I can live with this until I can build up enough rerolls, but it doesn't look like I'm gonna get that lucky this time. Down to my last 4 rolls. Yeah, this is bullshit. Cooldown duration, crit damage, movement speed. Everything I need except the freaking proc, bro. Like, they could have kept the crit damage and just gave me some other shit with the prop. So, took my last one to get the prop. And with 2 other trash stats, our defense isn't bad. Right, the all defense I kind of don't mind. But boy, I would love that crit damage or the HP. But it is what it is for now. We'll build up another 50 or 100 stack and we'll take those down through there. But it's been a pleasure hanging out with y'all once again. Y'all like, comment, share, sub. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell so y'all can stay up on all the newest, latest content. Let me know what y'all think of the tier list and all of that jazz. I'm gonna let it ride out to this. We'll leave the tier list up so y'all can take a look as we go out, and we will catch you guys in the next one. Peace.